Oh, my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for round 2 of qualifying from the PWBA Reno Classic, the first event of the Fall Classic Series from the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. My name is Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr., and we are ready for 6 more games to determine the top 12, advancing to match play tomorrow, and eventually the top 4 making it to the stepladder finals right here on BowlTV.com, 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. Through 6 games on this 37-foot condition, Emil, we saw some strikes. We saw 300 from Diana Zagalova. She's sitting in 3rd place overall. Birgit Norreichs struck a whole bunch as well. And, of course, our tournament leader, Stephanie Zavala, just super impressive along the way. And we're going to watch her to kick things off today as well, to just see how she's playing the fresh versus how we saw her finish that big 260 game to wrap things up in round 1.
And we should. And I think when we talked to her, she mentioned the need or want to use urethane on the fresh. And said it looked good early on in round number 1, but she didn't throw some of her best shots during the early part of the block. So obviously it didn't hurt her too much, which was great. And we'll get a chance to see how she will use urethane. I watched a little bit of a few shots of her in practice and looked like some bowling ball that did look like urethane going down the lane. So I assume that is what she is going to continue to use. And as we take you out to the lanes to see her first shot, but no longer surprised. No one should be surprised by what Stephanie Zavala can and certainly is doing already here this week. A surprise early on, perhaps, to some. Obviously, if you hadn't seen her prior to her first win in Cleveland in May, she's backed that up, of course, with another win. Then made a major television show at the U.S. News Open, striking to do so in the position round. So nothing, no one should be surprised by anything that Stephanie Zavala. And you certainly should be surprised when you see her not only leading the way after this in match play, but making the show tomorrow.
With that, we'll go full screen. Hey, just like that. We got to see Stephanie just saw out that 5-pin right there to kick things off with the light mixer. She's going to be joined on the lanes here. Here behind lanes 53 through 56 at the moment. So she's joined by Wendy Bater Jimenez, Anna Zagalova, and Abby Ragsdale. That's on 55 and 56 to your right. And then on the left, we have Misaki Mukutani, Shannon Puhowski, Kayla Crawford, and Daria Payu. So we mentioned Diana having the big 300 game in Game 5 to catapult her right into the mix of the top spots on the leaderboard. Sitting in 3rd place overall. So here's our rundown for standings as we look. Once again, this top 12, that's the number we're looking for, top 12 after 12 games. Stephanie Zavala plus 251, averaging more than 241 for her first 6 games. As DZ gets the late trip there, kick things off. So Zavala out ahead. Brianna Cote, who had the strong start, and she was sitting in 1st place 4 out of the 6 games. She started with 289 and continued strong there. Had a bit of a struggle the last game, 180 her final game. She's at plus 213 in 2nd. Diana Zagalova plus 196 in 3rd. Birgit Norreichs plus 185 in 4th. Sandra Gongora, her finish to that block after 164 in game 3. 245, 269, 241 to get her plus 173. And Emil, I know you mentioned her a little bit yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised to see her make a run. And she's doing that so far here at the Reno Classic. Felicia Wong plus 167 in 6th. Valerie Bercier plus 158 in 7th. Liz Culkin, 280 the final game to get to plus 138 in 8th. Liz Johnson plus 126. Shalyn Zolkeefly plus 125. Amanda Fry plus 124. And Nellie Bloomquist plus 111 currently holds on to the final spot 3 pins ahead of Shannon Puhowski plus 108, Ashley Galante at plus 106, Saki Mukutani plus 99, Daria Payuk plus 97, Jen Higgins plus 96, Jordan Richard plus 93, Missy Parkin plus 87, and then Stephanie Johnson and Shannon O'Keefe tied for 20th at plus 81. So what we're really saying is very little has been decided yet. 6 games left to go here for this qualifying round.
No doubt about that. And you like that in that aspect as well.
Good question in the Bowl TV chat. Fresh or burn? This is fresh once again. So they did re-oil 37-foot condition during the break. You can take a look at that and more by visiting PWBA.com. Or if you're on BowlTV.com and you see the chat, you can find a few different options to find more information about everything going on here at the Fall Classic Series. So be sure to check out those tabs above the chat, that I button up there. Get you all the information. How about that? Here on Bowl TV, we are showing every pair in play as well. So you have the ability to scroll through all the channels, pick a different channel, and follow your favorite athletes throughout their tournament run here in Reno. Quick turnaround for these players, just about a 90-minute break before it's time to kick things off again here for round 2. Most folks left the building for a minute or two, grab a quick bite to eat, maybe just a quick refresh after spend some time out here needing to get out of the building and say, hey, we got to shake everything off, get back into it. But everybody is back and ready for more.
Sometimes stepping away is a good thing. Sometimes very necessary.
It's part of the information available on this event to follow along as a fan of the PWBA. We do have live scoring from the National Bowling Stadium. Great way to take a quick look around and see who's off to strong starts. See a couple of front threes already up on the scoreboard. Certainly no shortage of strings of strikes.
I have a few questions about what the players are bowling on. It's a good opportunity to discuss the format. Aaron, I know you've been a part of each series, if you will. This is the Fall Classic Series. And so, Aaron, what is the format theoretically, and maybe more specifically, how players advance to the Tour Championship, which is the third event of the week?
Fantastic question, Neil. I'll be more than happy to get into that with you. And this, as you mentioned, this is the third Classic Series event of the 2021 season. First one taking place in January in Arlington, Texas at the ITRC. That's the kickoff Classic Series. And then in the summer, we had the Summer Classic Series also at the ITRC. That was back in early August. And essentially, this one's a little bit different as far as the format compared to the first two. There's a few extra qualifying games. So that's the only difference through the first two events. Instead of bowling 9 qualifying games, we're bowling 12 here. So a few extra games to get into the cut. We had squads split up as well. So there's an A squad and B squad. So that's why they all bowl just one big squad of 9, or one big block of 9 games versus the 2, 6, and 6 like we had here today for 12. But the Reno Classic, which is taking place today and tomorrow, and then the Pepsi Classic, which is taking place Wednesday and Thursday, They are each going to have 2 6-game qualifying blocks, 12 games overall. The top 12 athletes advancing to match play. So for the top 12 players after the end of competition today, they'll be back on the lanes tomorrow with us here at the NDS. Everybody else in the field will have to wait till Wednesday for the Pepsi Classic to start up. So the advancers are going to bowl 2 6-game rounds once again, another 12 games on the day. But that's going to be in the round-robin match play format. So they will bowl everybody else in the field one time and then get down to a position round in the very final game, earning bonus pins along the way. For every victory that they record in the head-to-head match, if they happen to tie a match, it's 15. And if you lose a match, you don't get any additional bonus pins. So when it's all said and done for the Reno Classic and the Pepsi Classic, 24-game pinfall totals, as well as bonus pins, will determine who's making the top 4 for the step-ladder finals right here on BowlTV.com. So Reno Classic, Pepsi Classic, same format, different oil patterns. The Tour Championship looming at the end of all this would be $50,000 first place prize, the CBS Sports Network Finals. You have to qualify based off of your performance in the Reno Classic and the Pepsi Classic. So the parameter for that, as we mentioned, only 12 players are going to be back here tomorrow. Same thing for the Pepsi Classic on Thursday, only the top 12 will be making it. So we're going to base it off of the qualifying games where everybody is participating. So the 12 qualifying games from the Reno Classic and the 12 qualifying games from the Pepsi Classic, those 20, you combine those two, 24 games of qualifying, those will determine the top 24 players advancing to the Tour Championship. So you have to earn your spot through these first 2 events. If you make it to the top 24, first things first, pinfall drops, everybody starts at 0. So whether you're the top qualifier or you're 24th, everybody starts the same. And then it's 3 rounds, 8 games apiece of round-robin match play. So similar idea to what the match play format is in the other events, just a couple more games. So you bowl with 24 players, you bowl 1 match against your other 23 competitors, a position round at the end, and then the top 5 for that one. So 4 for the first 2 events, 5 advance for the final one in the CBS Sports Network final. For that season-ending major. So that's kind of the whole look at the week. So all things kind of encompassed in what's going on here. 3 different oil patterns overall. One specifically for the Reno Classic, 37 feet. One specific for the Pepsi Classic, 43 feet. And then the Tour Championship pattern is going to be 40 feet.
Shot there for Bluhowski, rebounding early after the early open. There's Zavala. Oh, wow. Hard to tell from where we're watching if she missed left.
Yeah, you would almost think so with as much as that one.
To be honest, though, I mean, I could see her every now and then just like catch it.
She just really got all that one.
I don't think that's what happened, but I didn't expect that either. But it did look like, and we talked about this morning, you can miss right. Missing left still, because it's a short pattern, that's still not the optimal miss. And if that was your thing, I mean, that was still was. Whoa.
Kayla Crawford's string of strikes ends after 5-10 pin. Slowed her down in the 6th. DZ, front 5. As we mentioned, already 1 perfect game in the books for her so far today. I'm just saying, it'd be cool if she kept throwing more strikes. Jen Higgins, a nice start over on 51 and 52. The front four before a 9 spare in the fifth. Cool moment for Jen prior to the start of competition here in round 2 was presented her champion pin for winning the PWBA International Bowling Campus Classic, which took place at the Summer Classic Series back in August. So got to award Verity hers for the Greater Nashville Open prior to round 1. And Jen's prior to round 2 here. We'll get that posted on our social media channels as well in just a bit after we get through game number 1.
Yes, as many great scores as we saw earlier this morning there, and I think watching the last couple of shots on the right lane from Kayla Crawford. Last time she was on the right lane, I think she leaked one right just a touch. Didn't really like it, but we talked about your misses wanting to be right. Good shot there for her. It's a voluntary double. And speaking of Kayla, that shot struck. Good spare. That one, I think, she was able to. I can't say she hit her target, but she covered less boards there, and that one crept high. So, as scoreable as the pattern is, there's still some opportunities to where, if your execution is just the slightest off, it can result in some leaves that you don't want.
DZ looks to make it 7 for 7 here. Melanie McDaniel over on 69 and 70 already has 7 in a row to start her second block.
Ryan McDaniel's going to be happy about that. Melanie's husband. Oh.
It's going to be a respot.
Off camera, Aaron. Daniel McEwen struggling in game 1. And I'm not going to be lying. I'm a little surprised just because I've watched almost her entire practice session. She's closer to where we are, setup-wise. And she did not miss very often in practice. And I thought she was getting to a point where she was trying a couple of different balls, obviously, to see what she would have potentially. So didn't expect this start. Just one strike.
She is at plus 18 entering this round. So based off the kind of the scores we mentioned, we probably want to be closer to the plus 80, plus 90 range to be on the outside looking in. So a strong start here was going to be pretty imperative. And she's going to be giving some pins back. And Drop to minus here. Melanie McDaniel, 8 for 8 now.
All right, here we go.
So as we do here on our main commentary channel on Bold TV, if this is your first time watching, or if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, we do have the ability to hop around on our main commentary channel. However, overall, we do have every pair available, so we're going to make the switch here momentarily. We're going to throw up the Reno Classic schedule, though, so you can take a look at it and see everything going on in the next few days. As we switch over to see if Melanie can continue her striking ways. All right, let's see who we got here. We got on 69-70 Dasha Kovalova, Amanda Fry, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and then Melanie McDaniel working on 8 consecutive strikes. And over on 71-72, Clara Guerrero, Ashley Galante, Gigi Mason, and Valentina Cruz. Here we go. Lane 70. There's Kurth in the mix as always.
Push ball.
Pretty direct here.
Push ball.
As Emil suggested, needed a little bit more hold there, but off to a great start here. Chance to get to 278 still. Started the block at minus 11. Some strong game or two out of the blocks like that. She could start pushing for this cut number. Takes care of the spare. 278 still out. Shot there from Maria. Gigi, triple forfeits. Diana Zavyalova, after 6 consecutive strikes to start, looking at 3 consecutive spares to move into the 10th frame. Zavala continued to strike. She's working on 4 in a row. She can still get to 222. Brianna Cote still has 250s out there. 240s available for beer getting a rank. So a few of the players near the top of the leaderboard are not slowing down here. Also not slowing down, Mr. Williams, is our coverage of the PWBA on Bowl TV this week. And so as we get toward at the end of game 1 here, if you're already on bowltv.com, you've said hello in the chat, you're doing your thing, you got your popcorn ready, you're already set to go for the rest of the block here. If you happen to be watching this on Facebook or YouTube, we certainly appreciate you swinging by to check things out. Root on these great athletes on the PWBA Tour, but if you want to continue to watch the broadcast, you're going to have to go over to bowltv.com and pick up a subscription for full access to every lane in play here this week. You can hop around, follow your favorite athlete for every single game throughout the course of the week. Subscriptions start $8.95 for an event ticket just to watch the live coverage. That looks better. There we go. All right. Second one in the 10th gets Melanie into the 270s, and she's going to have a nice jump overall. Get to the plus 60 range. So $8.95 for an event ticket, specifically for the Reno Classic. If you want to buy a bundle package for all 3 events taking place here, so the qualifying, match play, and stepladder finals of the Reno Classic and Pepsi Classic, and then all of match play for the Tour Championship, of course, the finals being on CBS Sports Network. You can pick that up for $19.95. So that covers all 3 events, all Bowl TV coverage. You'll get that for $19.95. Otherwise, each individual event is going to be $8.95. If you want to unlock the entire site, get full access to bowltv.com, you can pick up a monthly or annual recurring subscription, which gets you access to the archived events and all the on-demand content as well. $9.95 for the monthly recurring, or $79.95 for the annual recurring subscription. Transaction fees do apply at all those price points as a heads up. So bowltv.com, place to go. Pick up that subscription and support the PWBA Tour. And we have giveaways too. Can't forget about the giveaways. I do know we have a couple bowling balls lined up already for this week as well. So can win on Bowl TV, folks. So be sure to check it out. 277, Melanie McDaniel. Dasha Kovalova is going to drop to +1. 5 games left to go. Once again, she was the overall leader for points heading into this event, which of course determines player of the year when it's all said and done. So Dasha in contention here to potentially miss this first top 12. Have some work to do in the Pepsi Classic. Or it's time for the Tour Championship. Some big scores out there. 256, Jen Higgins, Birgit Norreichs, and Cindy Brummett, both 247. Diana Z is going to be in the 240s. Brianna Cote, 233. Kayla Bandy, 242. Looks like Shannon Tellens did finish off that 279. I think this is actually the last group that will finish game number 1. So see the scoreboard switching at 69 and 70. Guerrero finishes with 179. GG just the spare left to go here. Ashley and Valentina. Putting the finishing touches here on game number 1, 204. For Gigi Galante, a player right on the cusp of the top 12 entering this round. Would have liked to have had that hit, turn in that double. Cruz does set up the double.
Good to see Ashley even bowling right now. She had to take some time off. Working on a bit of a knee and hip. It's been bothering her.
Once again, folks, we're going to take a quick refresh here as Ashley and Valentina wrap up game 1. So this will be us saying goodbye for right now to the folks watching on Facebook and YouTube. But once again, come join us over at BowlTV.com. Great community in the Bowl TV chat. Giveaways. Access to every pair and play, all available. BowlTV.com, place to be. So, folks, we'll be right back here for Game 2, PWBA Reno Classic on BowlTV.com.
Game 2 of 6. We're locked here on our, what are the in pairs here this week. Final channel as well. Allen Mercier, Shannon Sellens. Sellens coming off 279. Whenever Sellens is in the field, she is always a threat. She is not a full-time player on tour, but you may be familiar with the name. She made the 2019 U.S. Women's Open show. Verity Crawley out to start here, front four. What a full year it's been for Verity Crawley, and it's not even over yet. Talk about experiencing the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. He's been on the opposite ends of the spectrum, if you will. From no visa and having to go back to England, missing the start of the 2021 season. Talking about her story in England to being granted a visa to compete and every 3 months, then to winning her first title, getting over the multiple runner-up finishes that she had accumulated over the course of the last few seasons. Now has a chance to take care of PWBA Player of the Year this week, potentially. A lot of lessons in resiliency this week, or this year, I should say, for Verity. That's all I can muster up right there, folks. Just hashtag Team No 8 Pin. Look at Shannon Sellens. A little bit of a weak 10 there. Greg Smith gets to see Carey back out. These both recently engaged to Nate Garcia. Congratulations to them. Now to Jay Rich. Well, Jay Rich, some of the shots I've watched her throw today, she hasn't looked pleased with them. Yeah, that was a herder, wasn't it, Rick? Regarding some of the players who aren't here, etc., I think this is the first time that PWBA season has extended into October. And so, of course, there are many players, I'm sure, certainly some who are in the collegiate space, who have previous commitments and shout out to both Ermish and O'Keefe for on the way to make it. Sydney Brummett, now a collegiate coach as well, for those who may not know that. She is an assistant at Mount Mercy. In fact, the collegiate coaching list continues to grow here on the PWBA Tour. I mentioned Julia Bond, and now an assistant at her alma mater, Nebraska. Courtney Ermish at Carroll. Carroll University. She is a first year head coach in the inaugural season for the program. Located in Wisconsin. Taylor Bailey is now an assistant at Arkansas State. And that's not to mention those who we kind of already know, or you may already know. Josie Barnes is the assistant at Vanderbilt. Shannon, obviously, the head coach at Kendry. And here is Lindsay Boomershine. Well, splits to start for Lindsay. Let's figure some things out here in the last few frames. And leaves a 4-pin. Boomershine has put herself in some really good positions this season to come away with her first title. She is obviously undoubtedly close. Yeah, championship round appearances, Dasha Kovalova and Verity Crawley tied for the lead at 6. Shannon O'Keefe, Missy Parkin, Brianna Cote, Birgit Nordreich, Stephanie Zavala, and Kelly Kulick tied with 4. Liz Johnson, Julia Bond, Danielle McEwen, Jordan Richard, Aaron McCarthy all tied with 3. Diana Zabialova, Brianna Klemmer, Shannon Puchowski all tied with 2. And Lindsay Boomershine, Stephanie Johnson, Liz Colkin, Josie Barnes, Daria Payok, Jasmine Mason, Jen Higgins, and Sherry Tan, all with 1 championship round appearance apiece this year. Don't forget, live scoring is available, as well as a new score update. Thanks, Rick. And it goes a little something like this. After game 1, Stephanie Zavala is still in the lead at plus 259. But the gap is a little bit smaller. First and second, as Brianna Cote still in second, but shooting 233 moves to plus 246. Diana Zabialova 243 to start round number 2. She's at plus 239, and Birgit Nordreich continues what has been a very good 2021 for Birgit. Don't want to not discuss what she has done here this season. Super consistent. She's 4th right now, plus 232. Valerie Bercier is 5th at plus 171, followed by Sandra Gongora and Felicia Wong, 2 former Wichita State Shockers, tied for 6th at plus 167. Liz Holken is 8th at plus 162. Jen Higgins is 9th at plus 152. All 10 down for Jordan Richard. Shannon Sellens 10th at plus 148 after the Dynamite 279 to open things up. Shalyn Zulkifli 11th at plus 137, and Jordan Richard is 12th at plus 128. Just outside the top 12 at the moment, Amanda Fry is 13th at plus 124. Shannon Puchowski is 14th at plus 121. Liz Johnson 15th at plus 109. Nellie Blomquist and Ashley Galante tied for 16th at plus 100. Shot for Missy Park, and Missy is 20th at plus 85. Right now, the players in the top 12. Let's see, Diana Zabialova has no games under 200. Same can be said for Birgit Nordreich, as well as Felicia Wong. Old Claiborne watching from Petersburg, Virginia. Oh, step it off, Shannon Sellens. Shannon is a former Wichita State Shocker as well. Verity Crawley, a chance to get the 260s. O'Brien, 78 lanes here at the National Bowling Stadium. High ceilings. Until recently, after some renovations, did feature a substantial amount of grandstand seating. But that has been removed. Not all, but most. What many like to refer to as the Taj Mahal of 10 pins. And I believe the legend is, Larry, that either it began as 80 or they definitely, or they took 2 lanes out for center aisle, which is something that has been a part of the Open Championships traditions for years upon years. Sellens didn't like it. It's a good break. And that is 4 in a row. For Shannon Sellens, who, if you follow her on social media, you know she's working on a little home renovation project in her own right. Gonna get the bathroom in order, painting and whatnot. Already in the 250s. Oh, okay, Mark, I see you. Mark's like, no, I'm gonna one up everyone. And in the 260s we go. Verity Crawley. Left an 8-pin in frame 5. I don't remember what she left in frame 6. Oh, that was my guy Mark. Mark's dropping the lane 81 knowledge. Did live in the pro shop. Always was a cool kind of spot to watch. As sorry. Sometimes I just blurt the emotions when I see 8 pins across the building. My apologies.
You had all the emotions with that one.
I'm blanking on why am I blanking on names today?
Are you thinking about Lane 81 Pro Shop?
Yes.
Mike Jazz now.
That's right. My guy Mike. Not that Mike J. Different Mike J. Mike Jazz now. Did his thing there. It was always cool watching him give lessons and such. I can say that I actually got a chance to bowl on lane 81. .268 officially for Verity Crawley. Could have come at a better time After shooting 167 to open up game one here of round two. She was +9 prior to that. So now will find herself in obviously better position, but in the mix to advance as part of the top 12. She'll make a nice little move on up the leaderboards. She'll need a few more games like that. Yes, I did, Kim. Oh, my goodness. You don't see 9 pins like that too often. That was like 8 pin equivalent, except it was just the wrong pin. So, kind of not hit. It's weird.
Well, folks, if you want to watch Shannon not leave an 8 pin or 9 pin or any pin, head on over to the PWBA's Instagram page. Check out the story. Curtis Von Kruger sending us a couple vids to toss in there. So the action ongoing at the NBS.
Some finals from game two around the building. Sydney Brummett, 246. Stephanie Johnson, 222. Jen Higgins, 244. Misaki Mukatani, 211. Kayla Crawford, 167. Shannon O'Keefe, 193. Went 5-3 in the 10th frame on a 4-bagger. Andrew, 205. Kelly Kulik, 202. Caleb Bandy, 170. And Poker Sack, 181. Asha Kovalova, 190. Danielle McEwen, 186. Christy Leong, 227. Felicia Wong, 202. Talking about collegiate coaches earlier. Elise Bolton, collegiate coach at Life University in Atlanta.
Still a top all-time college name. I got schooled at Life U, but that was in a much different way. So many puns.
Sure, I hope all is well where you are. Thankfully that you now have power.
Shannon Sellens is going to...
I didn't see snow on the...
Okay. Covered it first, yes. Now she's going to add 100 over here in her first two. 110 over, give or take.
Not too shabby. Plus 184 now for Shannon Sellens. Plus 163 for Valerie Mercier. Shannon Sellens may find herself potentially in the top 5. I'm going to go with top 8 at least.
I feel she led an early round at the Queens this past year. I remember we went through the interview process with her. I'm not recalling what specific round. She made a great run in 2018. She actually tied for one of the last spots in the Queens. So we had the roll-off. And she ended up winning the roll-off to earn a spot. And then she ended up winning 3 or 4 matches off to, I think, a top 16 finish. But, yeah, Shannon Sellens is just one of those bowlers who, and if you ask her how much she practices, usually the answer is, I don't practice. There's very little practice for her. She's very busy. She helped us out with Bowl TV a couple of years ago as well, so we got to know her pretty well. But she is just a natural, 100% natural. She could probably not pick up a bowling ball for like 4 years, come back and make the top 64 at the Queens. Or the top 24 at the U.S. Women's Open. Such a great game to watch, too. So just very, very compact, very easy to repeat. She's a phenomenal shot maker.
I would second all of that, especially the part about not bowling for 4 years and coming back and advancing to a match play situation in a major. You know who else could do that? Who doesn't often bowl, but very similar? Is Anita Arnett.
Oh, yeah.
Omar, get Anita out here, bro, please. Please.
That's very true. Every event we've seen her out here, just making cuts, taking care of business. Moving on to the next round.
We're on the game 3, like Bill Belichick. Keith, Gongora, Andrew, Cote. Shot that for O'Keefe to open up. Kulik, Bandy, and Hoverson. See Brad Littlejohn back in the chat, and Brad, hope all is well based on what I'm reading. I had the slimmest idea of, or I should say, slim chances of this idea coming true, but of going to a Kings game last night. I was looking at the schedule before making my trip out to Reno, and I figured I wouldn't be able to do it.
I think there's time if it worked out. My qualifying day.
It was Sunday. It was yesterday, last night.
Oh, last night.
Yes.
Last night, not so much.
No.
That would have been tough. It was like today.
Today could have
that could have worked.
Could have made it happen.
I think that's about 90 minutes, 2-hour drive. Sacktown. But yeah, some of the things I've heard with the weather in between here and there.
Oh, no doubt, Mike. I know this for a fact, without question. But I'm going to scream it to the high heavens every single time I get an opportunity. It really is a testament to how good she is. And I'm just selfishly just wants to see her a little more as a professional. That's it. Kelly with some work to do, as well as Shannon O'Keefe. To be honest with you, Aaron, I would really like to see Sandra Gondora make a show again.
Just 2 championship round appearances so far. 2016 Las Vegas Open. Was the runner-up in 19 at the Lincoln Open. She really bowled well in that Lincoln Open matchup, and that ended up just being a tough final for everybody. And she bowled very well, just couldn't get the hits to connect. Jordan Richard ended up winning that title, but
she had a lot of 9 spares.
Many million 9 spares in that. Every conceivable one, it felt like.
She defeated Liz Johnson, if I recall, in the semifinals.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously lost to Jordan Richard. Very close match.
It was, yep.
But, a couple of 1 too many 9 spares and a double, essentially, down the stretch there from Jay Rich ended up being the difference. Aaron Smith, name somebody you would never get tired of watching bowl. You could just, no matter how many times you watch this player, it would never become old, stale. Like you'd be like, okay, let's watch some other players. You could just watch this person all the time.
For real?
Yeah, sure.
Rob Gottschall.
How about that?
I don't know if I've ever told Rob that, so hopefully he's listening right now. He'll come over and I'll just start shaking his head because that's what Rob would do in that situation. But I always enjoyed watching Rob's game, and we were here he was competing at the Open Championships. But on tour, it's a good question. There's a lot of players I like watching week in and week out. Obviously, the classic stylings of Kelly Kulick. As I'm going to kind of guess, we watched her. We watched her peer that shot in the third, and then Emil brought up the question. So Kelly Kulick, definitely always enjoy watching her. Jordan Richard is another one, but her power game. It's always fun to watch and see her progress through her young career so far. I think just because she does things that, and her ball roll, and we talked about this a lot, how it's just very unique. But I really do like watching Stephanie Zavala compete as well. It's been we talked about during the practice session. We talked about the bowling without fear part, and you can see that when she's competing. But it's just fun to watch her essentially kind of navigate in oil condition. And obviously, she can get to different parts of the lane that a few players won't be getting to throughout the course of a block as well. So I find her game very, very fun to watch. And then I think for just the absolute perfect fluidity of it all, got to throw Valerie in there as well.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Jim echoes that in the chat. Got some votes for, I think, Verity, Daria. Michael echo Verity, Stephanie Zavala as well. EJ said on the men's side. Oh, I like that one, Brad. Very much so. Caroline Legrand.
Also true, yeah.
Valerie might be the smoothest approach to delivery I've maybe seen ever. It's almost like she's floated to the line.
Nice cover there by Shannon on the splits. Yes, very very effortless flow to it all. So Sandra can get to one more to start.
SG would also be on my list.
Let's go, SG. Little four-bagger.
Four-step greatness. I like that. From Thomas in reference to Shannon O'Keefe.
There is a great video from this venue back in 2018 when it worked out very well that our guy Jason, his last name is I've lost his last name right now.
I've been looking on names all day.
Jason, if you're out there watching, though,
I should know that too.
You're my man. But he was out here helping us film during the Queens that week, and he happened to set up shop behind Shannon O'Keefe. She was down in the matchup. She ends up winning the title at the Queens in 18. But he sets up and he's just recording every shot. And she, has 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strike, 6 strikes, 8 strikes. Jason McKeown, that's what it was.
There we go.
And she ends up shooting 299 that game. And he had every shot on video. So I know that's living somewhere on our YouTube page. I'll see if I can find the link. But for the Shannon O'Keefe fans out there, definitely a fun video to watch. You get to see she has 1 shot that crosses over. So you kind of see the reaction from that. So that was kind of funny. But yeah, it's a phenomenal video. Very, very big fan of that.
Been mentioned Francois Lavoie, absolutely. Yeah, that was one of those. You never know. You hope that you get a 300 game when you have that content idea. the likelihood of it happening is never in your favor.
There's O'Keefe looking for one more, and does not dig the 10 out. See, Rob just walked by. He knew I was talking about him. All right, folks, we have a score update after 8 available on PWBA.com. Brianna Cote plus 262 has returned to the top of the leaderboard. Stephanie Zavala at plus 259 in second. Birgit Morex plus 242. Diana Zavyalova plus 239. Jen Higgins 500 after 2 has moved into 5th place plus 196. Shannon Sellens 515 for her first 2 now, plus 184 all the way up in 6th. Liz Culkin plus 170. Felicia Wong plus 169. Sandra Gongora plus 168. Valerie Bercier plus 163. Shalyn Zolkifli plus 161. Then a bit of a jump from 11th to 12th. Ashley Galante currently holding on to that final spot at plus 136. So we got 25 pins between 11th and 12th at the moment. First player out, Sydney Brummett, who's had a nice start to this block. She's 93 over for her first 2. Now at plus 123. Stephanie Johnson plus 117. Amanda Fry plus 116. Daria Pike plus 109. Liz Johnson and Saki Mukutani plus 105. And Jordan Richard plus 104. Shannon Wachowski in 20th place plus 92. So here's the first interesting note that I kind of took away from all that, and seeing where we're sitting right now. We got 4 games left, 3.5, 3.25. Out of the players in the top 12 that we've listed, we kind of talk about that top 7 for the Player of the Year race. The highest player out of that grouping is currently tied for 17th place.
Oh, okay.
Brianna Cote, however, is in 8th place. She had a little bit farther to go. She needed a big week to kind of get right back in the mix. And here's Bree leading the tournament right now.
But doesn't she do that though, man? Like, it's kind of like the moment where one maybe stops talking about Bree, or in this case, the points list doesn't suggest that she may not have enough to make a move, such a move like that,
Mm-hmm.
and then boom,
Makes her move.
she makes it.
She's tough, man.
I don't think she gets enough credit.
I believe this question came up a little bit earlier in the season, but I feel she's still probably one of what was the exact term? Under the radar. I feel she's a multi-time champion. She's been basically living in the top 10 in points the past couple seasons, but still feels kind of under the radar still, which is crazy for everything she's accomplished, but she still just kind of does her thing.
That is really intriguing. Gloria caught that as well. Should make it fun if that's what we end up with. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I guess actually I probably would be surprised if one of those 7 players doesn't make or qualify for the tour championship. I probably would be a little surprised about that.
Shot there from Kelly out of the gates in her 10th frame. Back-to-back 9 counts for Gandora after the front 5. Oh.
Quick shout out to SG. And for those who may not know, she is a designer and recently created a clothing brand as well called Lat Athletics. She has partnered with Coolwick. It's also a proud partner and sponsor of the PWBA Tour. Belmos, they've created some cool merch together. So shout out to SG doing big things in the apparel world. I believe she is wearing one of her signature pieces from that brand.
266 still out there for Verity Crawley.
That would be back-to-back 260 games after shooting 167 in game one.
Currently at plus 77 overall. Get right in that discussion, though. $226 for Kelly Kulik. Another one for Kayla Bandy. Verity now officially into the 250s this game.
Kayla finishes with 210. Her mom is here this week as well. It's good to see them both.
Ashley Galante entering this game as the number at plus 136. She can shoot 280 this game. The 8th and 9th left to go. How high does this top 12 get? What's this number going to be? I feel like we can make a... Verity's just jumped to plus 140. Mentioned Galante. If she continues to strike, she could jump up to plus 200. Gora in a position to improve her standing. Never too early, folks. Just put it out there in the chat. Currently at plus 136 with 4 games left to go. What do you think the number for the top 12 will be after these final 3 games are done? Galante did get the hit in the ninth. Tough 158 for Liz Culkin, so she was a player within the cut number. Cote putting the finishing touches on another well-bowled game here at the Reno Classic. 4 pins down the stretch there, but 226. Get her to plus 288. And Gora now up to plus 192. And we are currently done with bowling on those pairs. Let's see if we can get Galante's 10th right here. Hang tight, folks. Looks like 55 and 56. All right, Ashley got the first hit in the 10th. See her final 2 here as they wrap up down lanes 53 through 56. Here's Galante looking for one more, splits the 8-9. Now into the 270s. 280 with the strike and the fill. Plus 216. Big jump for Ashley.
Boy, this would be a very good, obviously a good game, but I'm thinking about what advancing and, obviously potentially making the show could mean just from a confidence perspective for her. Talk about somebody who's been out here kind of on the grind and taking the hits and keep getting back up and keep entering these events. And, not seeing all the time the success that she certainly would like to see, and certainly what her work ethic suggests that she should be seeing. To be a great week, and definitely a great start to potentially a great week for Galante, especially considering I mentioned the injury portion, and I'm getting that straight from her social media. I remember reading that a couple days ago. If you pay attention, I think she may be wearing it today. She definitely was wearing it in practice session, but she's got a knee brace and something that looks to be like a hip brace on as well. It's a bit more noticeable when she's wearing lighter colored pants. Like yesterday, she had like more of a gray, so you can see the black. Perfect contrast. So bowling through and grinding through some pain.
Did finish off the 280. It's 216. We got a nice variety on our potentially early predictions. So we appreciate you good folks throwing some numbers up there. We've got a range for sure. Let's see, plus 135 on the low end, and we're a couple players in the 2. Plus 200 range. Plus 222 leading the way so far. So moving on to game 4 here on 55 and 56. Elise Bolton, Missy Parkin, Valerie Bercier, and Shannon Sellens. And then just wrapping up game 3, Melanie McDaniel, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Dasha Kovalova, and Amanda Fry. Amanda leading the way at plus, or 201. She's now plus 117. And with that, everybody moving into game 4. Just 3 left to go. As we settle into also welcoming Lindsay Boomershine, Carrie Smith, Verdi Crawley, and Jordan Richard. 53 and 54. We're going to take a quick second to step back and take care of some things behind the scenes here. So we'll be right back on Bull TV here from the PWBA Reno Classic, the first event of the Fall Classic Series taking place at the world-famous National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. My name's Eric Smith, joined by Emil Williams Jr., Jason Thomas, and Curtis Von Kruger. Visit pwba.com for all tournament information. Of course, be sure to follow us on social media as well, at PWBA Tour on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. We'll be right back with game number 4.
Keep it brief for the moment and just watch the film back. You're here all week, right? Yeah, so you just take a few minutes. Okay? That's it.
All right, good folks at Bowl TV and fans of the PWBA Tour, we have a score update now available after 9 games, only 3 left to go. Stephanie Zavala returns to the top of the leaderboard, plus 305. Brianna Cote in second place, plus 288. Diana Zavialova, plus 228. So 60 pins between second and third. Birgit Norreichs at plus 224. Ashley Galante jumps from 12th place all the way up to 5th at 280. She's at plus 216. Sandra Gongora and Jen Higgins tied for 6th at plus 192. Valerie Bercier plus 165. Shannon Sellens in 9th place plus 163. Felicia Wong plus 146. Verity Crawley on the strength of 268 and 263, now at plus 140. And then Stephanie Johnson, now the cut number, plus 134. 3 pins ahead of us. Shalyn Zulkifli plus 131. Liz Culkin with 158 last game drops to 14th overall plus 128. Usaki Mukutani plus 122. Daria Payuk plus 118. Amanda Fry plus 117. Missy Parkin plus 104. Jordan Richard plus 96. And then rounding out the top 20 is Sydney Brummett plus 195. So Crawley, one of the big movers in the last 2 games. She is going to not get anything to lean on the 10 pin there. She's looking for her second double here of game 4. Made the stepladder finals at the Queens here at the NBS back in May. Also bowled very well at the Women's Championships. Took over the lead in the diamond singles competition before settling into second place. Sharon Powers taking the victory there. Valerie Bercier looking to connect for her first double here in game 4. These pins have been a little tough to knock over from time to time throughout the course of this event so far. Even though we have seen some strings of strikes. Seen a lot of corner pins, and that's going to take me back to Nick's notes. Nick Hoagland, of course, helping develop the patterns here on the PWBA Tour, working with good folks at Kegel as well. He did mention that although the oil patterns should allow players to find their way to their respective pockets, he did have a note about the pins, saying they've sat here for a while now. I wasn't sure if they would be bouncing around the way we saw some of the pin carry at other events. Did mention we saw some big numbers at the USBC Queens. Taking a quick look around live scoring. Stephanie Zavala looking like she doesn't want to give up the lead. 269 still out there for her. through 8 frames. Daria Payuk, 260. Just the 10th frame left to go. Shannon Pluhowski, 259 out there. Looking to make a charge. Julia Bond can put up a 250 game as well. 10th frame left to go for her. Sydney Brummett, Sid the Kid. She had made a push toward the top 12. And then had fallen a little bit farther back after some struggles in game 3. She can shoot 290 this game, over on 65 and 66. Maxine Nabel over on 51 and 52. 279 still out there. Taylor Voltice, 269. Kelly Kulik already in the books this game, 239. Rihanna Cote. Could shoot one of the most unique looking 263s of all time. 9 spare, 5 spare, 8 spare, and she hasn't missed since. .237 still out there for Sandra Gongora as well, another player currently in the number, and she is going to a fantastic hit on the 9-pin, her first shot of the 10, over 47 and 48. This is the game, folks. I mean, there's other games afterwards, of course. But there's going to be some shakeup here. There's going to be some shakeup. Cote finished off at 252. .237 for Gongora. Maxine Nabel, so it's 279 out there. Plus 15. So just under plus 100. We're going to see the scores creep a little bit maybe this game. I feel this is a big 10th frame coming up for both Valerie and Shannon. as their players on or in the cut at the moment. But not quite striking as much as their counterparts. Maria Jose Rodriguez has 280 out there this game. Brummett finishes with 246. Zavala had 246. Daria Payuk open in the 10th for 226. She was still running 260. A lot of 220s out there. Oh, Verdi.
Wow.
Yeah, go old school on that. Get on the horse
That
ball.
was appeal. I think that phrase was created right here in this building. The old school Open Championships live streams.
It was. I forget for who.
I'm slightly considering now going back and ciphering through all those memories and seeing just exactly where. That'd be a lot of minutes to watch though. Well, that one was better, wasn't it?
Verdi's going to put up about 750, 760 these last three of them. Business picking up. Missing crunches, all 10 back there. See a ball change here. Different look for Verdi. 234. She'll be at plus 174 now. Moving in the right direction. Valerie's going to drop to plus 160. Shannon back on the board after 6 consecutive spares. Those pairs have made their way into Game 5. Just 2 to go, people. Maria Jose Rodriguez still making her run at 280 as she gets ready for her 10th frame. She's at -2, so that'd be a pretty big jump. She would need to tell us maybe one more game just like that to get in the mix here for the top 12. Tough 201 there for Shannon. Filled her frames and added a pin onto her plus. Folks, remember to check PWBA.com a little bit later tonight. After we conclude competition, we will have a recap of qualifying rounds here on PWBA.com.
Aaron, what do you think that recap's going to say?
Well, I feel it's going to feature both Brianna Cote and Stephanie Zavala. But I'm not sure which one we'll talk to based off who's leading. But it feels like it's been both of their events so far. They've essentially exchanged the top spot, and they haven't allowed anybody else to see their name at the top of the leaderboard so far today. And they both created some distance here as well. And they both shot 240 and 250 this past game. So essentially, it's going to be about Brianna Cote coming back from helping Team USA win a couple of gold medals at Pan-Am Bowling Elite Championships. Heading straight, presumably, to Reno to make it here. And now averaging about 240. Maybe even ask a little bit about her thoughts about Player of the Year. little bit, as I mentioned, closer to about 16 to 17,000 points back at the lead. And she just slow rolled a 7-10 as well, over on 49 and 50. Bit of a slow start here in game 5 for her.
Let me ask you, Aaron, because you've been a part of all 3 series now that we mentioned this earlier, and you also mentioned how this one was a little different than the first 2. Partly with the schedule, right? There's no squads. Everyone is bowling, qualifying at the same times, etc. But do you feel like there is a certain way to kind of go about business in the Classic Series? Like, because there's 3 events in a week, and obviously you're only guaranteed the first 2, based on just kind of how you've seen the items play out, both being the previous 2 being at the ITRC, the first one being completely different in regards to COVID and the bubble, etc. But you've been a part. What do you think in that regard?
I mean, it really hasn't had a rhyme or reason yet to it. And kind of when you get to the 3rd event and the things that happen, and obviously you don't want to find yourself wanting to or needing to put together a big 2nd event because you struggled quite a bit in the first event. But that being said, we've seen players who had a very good event out of the gates and then just not catch the second event. Things go the opposite direction, and they find themselves in a similar situation where they're out of the top 24. Now, I think the thing that's going to be the outlier with this one is the patterns and the ability to score, because these past 2, the kickoff and the summer, pretty much had nothing but extremely difficult patterns across the board. Maybe the first 2 events of the kickoff were a little bit easier than the Hall of Fame kind of reeled you back into what Nick Hoagland usually does out here on tour. So I feel this is going to be potentially the one where someone who has a rough day today potentially is not going to be out of it because they can strike so much on the 43-foot pattern. So I think this might be the one where one big day could potentially save you more versus kind of needing that consistency just because of you didn't expect to strike as much in the other events. So I think, potentially we could see someone who's, maybe a little bit farther back in the standings here after qualifying's done today, who just has a monster event and quickly erases that situation, moving into the Tour Championship and earning their spot there. Quick six-bagger this game for Shannon O'Keefe to kick things off. Plus 93. You never know.
Well, we know she's never out of it. We know that.
Kelly Kulick at plus 99 off to a nice start, 3 out of 4 strikes. Saki Mukutani, spare 4-bagger. Brianna Clemmer, front 4.
Maxine Nable's at plus 80. I think that's about where you want to be to give yourself a chance with 2 left. Still need some help and a lot of strikes, but it's possible.
Emil, is it too soon to head over to 49 through 52?
I think it depends on who you ask. I personally don't think so because of the situation at hand. Whether she gets there or not, her final score is going to be very important.
Well, let's do that then. Folks, you can, if we're going too early, please find Emil Williams Jr., Twitter and Instagram.
Follow me, by the way,
Oh,
too.
follow him too, but also.
Some of these wonderful viewers do follow me on Twitter specifically. I think on Instagram as well. EWJR on Twitter. First name, last name, Junior. Not in the literal sense, but name-wise on Instagram. It's actually a good name. Cool. Y'all use that somehow. First name, last name, Junior.
Also take a look here at Sandra Gongora, Brianna Andrew, Brianna Cote, Kelly Kulick, Kayla Vandy, and Jennifer Hokerset.
Oh, Bonnie. You know, just next door here in Kelly Kulick.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's been hanging around to make the move. Shannon looking for 8.
Oh,
Well, that's a new one. Wait a second, is that? Did we just have 3 of those in a row? Am I seeing?
yes, we did.
The National Bowling Stadium goes wild. Hands up in the air. All 3 players, however, take care of business. O'Keefe still has 279 out there. Kelly Hewitt. And keep her string going. French is 10 back. 280. Still up.
Good shot there for Cote. Just her second strike in this game.
Taking a look down at live scoring, 71-72. Cote's lack of strikes this game. Looks like Zavala will recapture the top spot. She can still shoot 260 this game. Excuse me, she actually was already in the lead. We just got an update after 10. So Zavala pacing the way, plus 351. Cote in second, plus 340. Then the big jump down to third. Diana Zavyalova, plus 246. Birgit Norex, plus 228. Sandra Gangora, plus 226. Ashley Galante, plus 206. Felicia Wong, plus 177. Jen Higgins, plus 175. Verity Crawley, plus 174. Shannon Salins, plus 164. Valerie Bercier and Stephanie Johnson tied for 11th, plus 160. So we jumped about 25 pins there in that game. Plus 160 now the number. Daria Payuk, plus 144. First player out, 16 pins back. Sydney Brummett, plus 141. Misaki Mukutani, plus 138. Liz Culkin, plus 128. Julia Bond, plus 117. She's been steadily moving up this block. Nellie Bloomquist and Missy Parkin at plus 110. And then Shalyn Zolkeefley, plus 104. Your top 20. Brianna Clemmer had the front 6 for a 9 spare in the 7th. Shannon O'Keefe getting ready to step up frame number 10. 279. still out there, puts her right into the thick of this cut for the top 12. Gets it. Now in the 260s. Here's Kulik, 9th frame. She connects, 280 still out there. The USBC Hall of Famer. Doesn't get the mixer. It's going to be in the 260s, though. Some struggles this game for Valerie Bercier, for Shannon Sellen so far through 5. Potentially see Shannon and Kelly move right in. Just one left to go. It's phenomenal stuff. O'Keefe, 268. She's going to get to plus 161. Kelly with the first hit already in the 10th. See, Emil, this is when it's fun when we got the strike set.
I completely agree.
So you have some weeks on tour when you're 70 out going into the last game. You're not necessarily expecting to get there shooting 260, 270 in that way. You need to shoot 230 and then hope the field comes back to you. Kelly just packs another one back. This is totally in play for this final.
Yeah, still anything can happen.
It's almost like its own position round. It feels like. Except that obviously they'll be everywhere. But this is there's going to be some people very, very excited about the opportunity to bowl tomorrow, and there's going to be a couple who are going to
not
have a long, hard day in Reno. All right, here's for 280. Kelly Kulik, everybody.
The legend.
Can't stop, won't stop. Kelly Kulik taking care of business. 280 to get to plus 179. Going to be a wacky and wild final game here, folks.
Well, Kelly's going to 57 and 58, and Keeps going to 55 and 56.
Excited for this update, man. After 11 update.
Let's see. Well, we know we've got several pairs actually to go to. We've got, let's see, who's in the mix here? Well, Shannon and Sellens, that is, Valerie Mercier are on 57 and 58 here. I think that's probably the logical place to go.
$57, $58, you said.
Yes, sir.
All right. Toss that schedule up there for tomorrow. I see that 11 a.m. Eastern start time. 4 p.m. Eastern for round number 2. Of course, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 local time, step ladder finals. Here at the Reno Classic. Valerie was working on 3 in a row prior to the 2-8. In frame number 8. Stephanie Zavala now plus 373. She kicks off game 6 with a strike on 51 and 52. Some other big numbers around here. I know someone asked about Stephanie Johnson as well. She's going to be on 47 and 48. She is up to plus 214 now. Jen Higgins at plus 200. Sydney Brummett at plus 146. Daria Payuk at plus 147. Shannon Plahowski plus 159. Misaki Mukutani plus 186. Diana Zavialova plus 247. Verity Crawley's going to get to plus 200 this game. Business picking up here.
Is it a Jim Ross type business pickup, or?
I feel that's the inspiration, yes.
Whose music is playing?
Depends on who you're a fan of. I liked associating that with Bears backup quarterbacks for a while there. Oh my goodness. That's Caleb Haney's music.
That's sad.
That's reaching a very small selection of people watching the podcast right now. But if you felt that one, then you know where we're coming from. Todd Collins.
Please stop.
Playoff game. That was a playoff game. That was an NFC championship. The Bears. But we digress. All right, some more scores that we're seeing here through 5. We see Cote at plus 321, Sandra Gongora plus 229, Shannon O'Keefe plus 161. And that's just on from 47 to 56. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 players better than plus 145. That's not counting all the way down from 57 to 72. Where we have Valerie Bercier, who's done an excellent job after a rough last game and a slow start through the first 4 frames. It's giving herself a chance to shoot in the 220s, get to plus 180 and change. Ashley Galante still around, hanging around plus 200. We know Kelly Kulik's right up there for 280 that last game. it'll still be a couple minutes before we have that official list, folks, because there's still some Game 5 wrapping up.
There's some good news to that effect, because we have some folks wrapping up Game 5. We'll get a chance to see Kelly Kulik wrap up this round. She's going to be on 57 and 58.
Right on cue.
Well, this Bowl TV, really.
They're on point. J-Rod is correct, however. It is time for our giveaway. Here in round 2, qualifying at the PWBA Reno Classic Series. But this is just the Reno Classic. It's part of the Fall Classic Series. So before we get into the excitement of this final game, the craziness that is going to ensue, let's go ahead and get a Bowl TV t-shirt to one lucky viewer out there right now. Once again, you're going to look for the prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen until you see the submit entry button. If you click that, you will be entered for a chance to win. Once again, if you are watching in full screen mode, this is your final warning to take it out for just a quick minute. Make sure you can see the chat so you too can participate and win here on Bowl TV. Let's go ahead and get started here. Let's Let's see. I always like something to kick it off. Let's see. Kelly Kulik made it 10. I like that. For spare ball matches for Jersey. That's all I need. Let's go. Good luck, everybody. Once again, wait for the prompt or submit entry. That's all you got to do. For a chance to win right here on BowlTV.com. Thank you again to all you good folks for being part of the Bowl TV community. And be on the lookout for more throughout the course of the week here at the National Bowling State. Strong starts out of the gates. Shannon O'Keefe, spare 3-bagger. Brianna Cote, early 3-bagger. Congratulations to Rebecca, taking home the Bowl TV T-shirt. Rebecca, our marketing team will be reaching out to you in the next couple days to redeem your prize. So be on the lookout for that email. Thank you again to everybody for participating and being part of Bowl TV community here with us in 2021. All right, folks, have put together a little unofficial tally here for the top 12. Zavala leading at plus 373, Cote plus 321 in second, DZ plus 247 in third, Sandra Gongora plus 229 in fourth, Birgit Morex plus 217 in fifth, Stephanie Johnson plus 214 in sixth, tie for seventh at plus 200, Verity Crawley and Jen Higgins. Ninth place, Misaki Mukutani plus 186. 10th, Valerie Bercier plus 185. 11th, Kelly Kulick moving into the top 12 plus 179. And the cut unofficially at the moment, Ashley Galante plus 178. So currently unofficially plus 178. First player out, Shannon O'Keefe plus 161, 17 back. Shannon Puhowski at plus 159. Felicia Wong plus 148. Daria Payuk plus 147. Sydney Brunt plus 146. Brianna Clemmer plus 145. So based on that information, who's having a good time right now? Daria Payuk and Shannon Pluhowski on the outside. On the outside, looking in. Daria can shoot 279. Shannon Pluhowski can still get to 249. Shannon O'Keefe max at 269. This Culkin could make things interesting. She has the front 5. She was a little bit farther back. She had been going the wrong way and dropped to plus 96 after she was in the plus 170 range.
Yeah, that's so beautiful.
Verity Crawley, front 5. Felicia Wong, 178. So unfortunately, Felicia is going to fall out of contention here. She was a couple spots back. Needed a big final game, 178 with the scores we are seeing, not going to get the job done. Same could be said for Brianna Clemmer. Her max is 193.
Can you hop over to 4950, Victor?
Sure. Ashley Galante, who was the cut number heading into this game, 3 out of 4 to start. Culkin and Verity Crawley both with the front 6. He's still striking through 8. Kelly Kulik. So it's 246. Real big 10th frame coming up here for Jen Higgins. Over on 47 and 48. She can strike out for 191. Which would put her at, well, plus 191. Howski does not get the first hit in the 10th. Drops her max down to 229 now. So she might need some help here. Mukotani with the open in the 10th finishes 212. She's going to be a plus 198. I've seen Jen Higgins step up on the far left of your screen in just a moment for her first shot of the 10th. There's the ball tracking. Gonna hit the light hit. Crawley still striking with the front 7. Ayuk. Spare puts her into the 250. She'd be essentially surpassing the plus 200 mark. That would get her ahead of quite a few folks. There's the spare, takes care of business.
Wow. Two opens. Look at Tani, especially the 3-6-10 in the 10th range. On a 3-bagger.
Stephanie Johnson doing what she needs to do, plus 240. Shannon O'Keefe's going to be right on the cusp of this crazy number right here.
8 for Daria LaFille, plus 203 for Payo.
Looks like plus 399. Stephanie Zavala in the books.
No. It's not going to hurt her standings wise, but the mean 8 that we've seen today.
So for O'Keefe, 236. That's going to put her at plus 197. And so she is not going to get ahead of Misaki Mukutani. Verity Crawley has the front 8 very as well. So if she gets 9, we'll make the trek over there since we have so much craziness going on. So much. Liz Culkin can max out at 279. That would put her at plus 175. Doesn't feel like that's going to be enough here, though. $245 for Kelly Kulick. She's going to get the plus 224. So it looks like Stephanie Zavala is going to be our leader here. Emil, where are we heading to next?
Well, I guess we're waiting for Verity.
Oh, Verity. My goodness.
Outside of that, there's no bowling in front of us, so I think we just got to make the trip there and pray to the bowling good people of Earth.
All right, what pair is that? Help me out here.
That is
Talk to me, Goose.
61, 62. The stadium scoreboards always get me. Right on cue. Right on cue. Oh, that's a good question. Maybe we'll get into that for Aaron specifically tomorrow regarding to his recommendations for food. If you want to know anything about eating, dining, entertainment, nightlife, Aaron and Matt are your people. I said, very let the 10 pin. I was going to say that sometimes the scoreboards get me here. So I'm trying to figure out what's actually let's go to trying to get Val's max score.
Valerie Bercier can get to 224.
Okay. That'd be pretty good.
224 would be, that would get her into the plus 200 range. And right now, already in the books, there are 8 players who are plus 200 or better by my count. And then we have Verity, who's going to be number 9. Then you have Misaki at plus 198, O'Keefe at plus 197, and Jen Higgins at plus 190. So Ashley Galante, who is so far doing what she needs to do this game, she can get to the 240s over on 67 and 68. Those are really the only players I have left kind of waiting on scores to see what happens here. Culkin finishes with 268, but that's not going to be enough. So Valerie is in
Full control.
Full control, yes, of her. We will have Brianna Cote joining us in just a couple of minutes as well here after we get this 10th frame in the books from Valerie.
Well, it could be a little minute.
So Galante has delivered the 3-bagger, 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. She's going to be, once again, let's see, she's at 178. If she goes 9 spare strike, that's 227. That puts her north of plus 200. So that's in the safe category. So this shot from Bercier is going to be absolutely humongous. She So if she gets the first one, or if she doesn't get the first one, she's in the 2-0s. She's in the plus 180s, high 180s. That's not going to be enough. If she gets the first hit, let's see, 64, 93, 13. That puts her at 98, and that's when things start getting really tricky for us.
So after the first shot from Valerie, let's bring in Brianna Kelton.
All
Good
right.
with that?
I'm good with that. And she's
She
been
can't
waiting
hear
very
us?
she's been waiting very
Okay.
patiently so far, so which we appreciate.
She's a professional.
So Crawley's going to finish up here. She's going to move up. She had a monster final block here. All right, here's Bercier. Stepping up on the approach. Oh, gets it. Let's welcome in Brianna Cote to Bowl TV. Brianna,
Hello.
being so patient and waiting for us.
Oh, no problem. No problem. We're still bowling, so no, don't mind waiting a little bit.
You're a professional. You've done this before.
Yeah, yes.
Twice. Heck of a block today. Or two blocks, really. I feel like you bowled well throughout the day. And I'll start there with, although we knew strikes would be available, there did seem like there were some tricky parts every now and then to the pattern. So how did you attack it, and what ended up working for you today?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I started out really good, having the front 10, 289 today, which was kind of a shocker. My first games are usually a little shaky, but came out really good. Saw it really well, had really good ball reaction. Game 3 kind of lost it a little bit. Ball just wasn't doing the right thing, and then I made the turn, and it came back. So kind of same thing game 6, it kind of just went away, and I think I just kind of learned from that to kind of be on top of it when it happened again. I did see it again in game 5 today. Tried a completely different ball, went with a little bit weaker ball with some surface, and was fortunate enough to have a really good last game. So I think I have a really good game plan going into tomorrow. If I do see the lanes transition and my ball not to go through the pins as well, to pick up that weaker ball with some surface, and hopefully they fall down.
Now, Brianna, we talked to a couple of your Team USA teammates yesterday during the practice podcast, kind of about their travel experience after that, coming here and all the craziness and that. But tell us some takeaways from that experience on Team USA. You've added a couple of gold medals to the collection. So just tell us about how important that trip was for you in getting yourself ready for this. And just what it meant to,
Yeah,
what it meant.
definitely. I really wasn't sure what to expect going to that trip with a lot of newbies. I was the oldest by a minimum of 8 years on both the men and women's side. So I tried to just bring some experience with me and try to make sure we were, level-headed and patient and learn as much as we could throughout the events. And I told them when we started a team event that no matter who sits out or whose score counts, we're all in this together and everyone matters. And we came together really well. And I was super proud of all the girls. It felt like we'd been bowling together for so long. And it was a great experience. And I was so thankful that we came away with a win for gold medal, and surprised myself with a couple other medals that, came along the way. So it was a great experience. And working with Brian O'Keefe was great. So it was a great experience altogether.
And after, we saw the scoring pace from that event. Tell us your initial reaction when you saw 3 patterns that were nearly 4-1.
I was like, oh my gosh, I think my arm seam might be a little bit looser this week. Because they were tough, and I learned a lot in Columbia. I did get better each block, but they were tough, and spears were really hard there too. It wasn't just like one person; they were hard for everybody. But I just came in here with a new mindset. Grateful to be here. Grateful we made it. And it's a new event. There are new patterns every time, and it's the same goal. Just try to hit the 1-3. If they fall, if not, make your spare and move on.
Can you just describe your mindset, Bree? Aaron and I kind of briefly touched on, obviously this Player of the Year race, and we were, talking about a number of folks who
Mhm.
mathematically, or I should say, had the least amount of distance between
Mhm.
themselves regarding that list, and you were like right outside that list.
Mhm.
And there was a point today where there was one player who was in the top 7 of the points, who was in the top 12 of this event, and you were leading at the time.
Mhm.
It's like all the time where it's like I'm free. But describe your mindset when you are preparing, but certainly during competition, and how you continue to just be you throughout every season.
It's a lot of experience, a lot of learning. I do my best not to look at scores and do my best not to look at stats. I really just try to focus on the task at hand and try to stay present. I do catch myself pressing at times, and I think I did that the last game, the first block, and I tell myself not to do that. Just stay present, stay patient. And that's all I can really do. I mean, as long as I know I executed and I did the best I could, that's all I can really control. So from that point on, I mean, it is what it is, and there's no reason to be super upset about it. I mean, I love what I do, and at the end of the day, if I'm on top, great. If not, I know I gave it my all and 110% no matter what. I will never quit.
All right, we're having our on-site announcements right now, so we'll try not to yell too much over Robin as she wraps that up. But talk about the momentum of having a good first block in a classic series. Now, obviously,
Yeah.
you've had a win in a classic series of that team, so you know how to navigate it, you know the format. But just talk a little bit more about how important it was for you to get off to a strong start here. Looking ahead to obviously the Tour Championship at the end as well, $50,000 CBS Sports Network. Wanting to be part of all that, but how important was this strong day one for you?
Oh, I mean, it's really important. The last classic series, I was complete opposite. I put myself in a really big hole and had to come out of it. So to start this event with a good head on my shoulders and a good start, I'm just grateful, and hopefully I can continue that for the next event and for the Tour Championships.
All right, Bree, unless Emil, did you have?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
good.
All right, so we're going to let you go relax and get ready for 12 more games and potentially, hopefully, a few more tomorrow here at the Reno Classic. But thank you again for joining us here. Great
pleasure.
bowling. Congratulations on the medals as well.
Thank
over
you.
at the Pan Am event in Cali, Colombia. But Brianna Cote, everybody, thanks again for joining us, and we'll see you
Happy
tomorrow
anniversary.
on Bolt
Sounds
TV.
good. Thank you guys for everything.
You're welcome.
All right, Brianna Cote. It looks like she's going to be finishing the day in second overall. I think unofficially by my math, which is questionable. And as I was keeping pace of things, and I think we're going to have a tie for 11th and 12th.
Okay.
I think it's going to be plus 198 is the number.
Did you get the plus 214 from Ashley Galante?
I did.
Okay.
So I'm thinking it's going to be Misaki Mukutani and then Valerie Bercier doing what she needed to do in the 10th frame. Shannon O'Keefe might be one pin out. But as we wait for that, we're going to talk to Verity Crawley. How about that?
I don't know if she's ready. Like she was posing.
Well, let's give it a try anyway.
Let's see.
It'll be good TV either way.
Wait, hold on. I think
JT is
going to
JT's high wire acting right now.
He's going to get her framed properly.
All right, now we'll bring in Verity.
Sorry, I broke the camera. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Verity, what a second block. Holy cow, that was a lot of striking.
Apart from the first game, yeah.
Well,
you
we forgot about the first game, and you got it out of the way too. So
yeah, I did forget about it too. After I, beat it by 101 pins the second game, I thought, all right, let's start this block all over again, shall we?
But you did what you needed to do. That last game, making a run at 300 as well. Got to plus 268, it looked like, when it was all said and done. So put yourself in great position heading into tomorrow. Talk about just the roller coaster that was today to get to that final number?
This morning, I felt like I wasn't necessarily lost. I just knew something wasn't right. My angles weren't quite right. Anytime I missed a little bit, I split, and I look around me and everyone else is striking, right? So obviously that's not a very good sign. And I knew it has to be ball motion and it has to be a little bit of my angles. So over lunch, I'm kind of thinking, okay, what can I do? And I started with urethane, the first block. And part of me thought, okay, maybe that forced me to stay a little bit too far right. And I was just a little bit behind the moves. So I decided not to start with urethane the first block. And obviously, my first game didn't really work out too well. Rob Gotchell actually said to me that like a bingo card, which is quite accurate. I struck 5 times and that was it. The rest were all split. So I was very stuck in the middle. It was the same kind of reaction to where anytime I miss a little bit, it's going to split. And then I found some strikes and then I still find a way to split. So I'm kind of looking around at what everyone else is doing and I see that everyone is so much further left. And I'm like, okay, well, I just need to get left and start hooking the whole lane. And that's something that I'm very comfortable with. So after game 2, when I shot the 260 going forward, I kind of just had that mindset of I get to do what I like to do right now. So let's just take advantage of that.
Do you think that was available this morning? I mean, obviously it worked itself and it ended up playing out in your favor in that regard. But do you think that look was available kind of as you think back to what transpired in round 1?
I think so. I think it was still there. I mean, I think about Brianna Cote and Stephanie Zavala in terms of what they've done. And it's kind of a similar concept in terms of what I've now transitioned into. I think that the evening block was just a little bit further left, but the angles were the same. It's just you're a little bit further left doing it than you were in the morning.
Now, looking ahead to tomorrow, obviously it's going to be play a little different in the head-to-head match play format of it. What are the things that you took away from today that might result in some changes, or maybe another bowling ball or 2 added to the bag? What kind of changes do you foresee heading into match play?
I'm not sure yet. That's gonna be what I'm pondering on this evening. To me, it does have a lot to do with angles. It has a lot to do with where I'm getting my ball to down lane and really focusing on that. This morning, I felt like I was getting the ball to 5 and I shouldn't have been. And everything just kind of, I don't think I was quite seeing it correctly. So I think going into tomorrow, it is going to be about angles. It's about how steep I am through the front and what my launch angle is like. So I will chat with the ball reps and see, I've really used one ball all day today, apart from game 1. That's normally quite rare for me. So it's kind of just a discussion of, are the balls that I have in my bag going to be suitable? Obviously, yes, they're going to play a little bit different. We're going to have less people on a pair. They generally play tighter the next day, but they already hook so much. So them playing tight is not necessarily a bad thing.
Just quickly from a personal perspective, I know it's been a busy couple months for you. I think someone in the family even got married recently. Right? How has the last, I guess, month and some change been after the U.S. Women's Open?
Oh, it's been great. I was in the U.S. for a little bit after the U.S. Open, and then I went back to England. My brother got married, so obviously it was really nice to be home. It was nice to go home for a good reason and have something to celebrate. So I don't know. It's just such a nice feeling, and obviously I kind of come back with that same thought of, well, I was allowed in the country, so let's make the most of being able to bowl right now.
All right, Verity, we'll let you start putting together that game plan for tomorrow.
Thank you.
But we want to thank you again for joining us on Bowl TV. Fantastic performance here at the Reno Classic so far, and we look forward to seeing a couple more strikes on the board tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for watching.
Thanks.
All right, there we go. Verity Crawley joining us as well. And now we wait.
We do wait
patiently for scores.
Abby Ragsdale, Courtney Ermish, Marissa Allison. Please bring your score sheets to determine
Oh, boy.
Oh.
That's a finable offense right there when your score sheets are not, or recap sheets are not turned in.
All right, Emil, I'm going to try to get this exact order. So please keep the good folks entertained for a second while I circle numbers.
Well, I was trying to scroll through the chat real quick. I think there were some questions about chat. and such. All right, so Aaron mentioned that there could be the possibility of a tie. I think good folks at Bowl TV have kind of figured that out as well. Obviously, we don't know, but plus 198 could be that number. How many players did we say are potentially around that number? I know Misaki Mukatani was at plus 198.
Valerie Bercier,
and Valerie Bercier. And Shannon O'Keefe was 197.
197.
197. So that's where we possibly certainly could be. The good news is about this roll off, if it does indeed happen, is that it will be on a pair that we'll be able to cover no matter what. So that's always a positive. I know you get a little bonus bowling. Maybe not the 9 overtime type that Illinois and Penn State, if you follow college football, recently had. Not sure if you want that much, but that's what we might have for you. So hopefully those players who were just announced have turned in those score sheets, and it shouldn't be too long after that. But and we'll open up to the chat as well. Some of what were some of your takeaways, if you wouldn't mind sharing some thoughts in the Bowl TV chat about today, maybe what you anticipate or may look forward to tomorrow during match play. I will say for me, Aaron, it definitely was. I thought a little bit more tricky or trickier than maybe Block One seemed, but I think Verity kind of mapped it out for us a little bit to where, maybe if your angles weren't quite right, then you may have seen some additional struggles. And she was able to get to an area of the lane that she likes and can do some things, obviously, with the bowling ball as well. And even gave one of those tips that we often hear about, where if your bowling ball is doing something a little different than the people around you, then it might be a good opportunity to kind of figure out or kind of check yourself in the sense like, is this what is working or is this what I should be doing? She made some changes, struggled obviously in game number 1, but committed to the move in the second half of that block, and obviously went all out in that sense as well. So good stuff from both Verity and Brianna Cote as well, kind of mapping out what they did today. Verity mentioned Bree and someone she was looking at in regards to not only the scoring pace, but how is she getting there, and something we can all learn from in that sense.
Absolutely. All right, so here's my unofficial top 12.
Unofficial.
Stephanie Zavala plus 399, leading the way. Brianna Cote plus 366. Those were the only two to surpass the plus 300 mark. Verity Crawley in third, plus 268. Diana Zavialova, plus 252 in fourth. Plus 240, Stephanie Johnson in fifth. Sixth place, Birgit Norex, plus 225. At plus 224, Kelly Kulick with that monster finish. I think she went about 525 her last two games. In eighth place, where's the eighth? There's the eighth. Ashley Galante at plus 214. Sandra Gongora hanging on. She had some struggles in the back half of that game, but enough to get to plus 210. Unofficially ninth. Daria Payuk, 250s that final game to get to plus 203, and then plus 198. Tie for 11th, and hence also 12th place. Misaki hanging on after potentially two missed makeables in that final game.
Especially in the 10th frame.
And Valerie Bercier getting the first hit in the 10th. And then 9 spare. Looks like if it was 8 spare or 9 out, it would have been tied for 12th with her and Shannon O'Keefe. And then Jen Higgins at plus 190. Shan Buhowski plus 188 is what I had. So that's...
And courtesy of Kendall in the chat, we've been told that the scores are up. And they are. And there's the announcement.
Scores are official. Your top 12 advancing to tomorrow's round robin match play. Qualifying first, Stephanie Zavala plus 399. Second place, Brianna Cote. Third place, Verity Crawley. Fourth place, Diana Zavialova. Fifth place, Stephanie Johnson. Sixth place, Birgit. All right.
All right, everyone. PWBA Real Classic scores are official. Your top 12 answer tomorrow's round match play.
Daria Pio. And a tie for 11th and 12th, Valerie Bercier and Lusaki Mukatani, plus 198.
Whew.
Good work,
Ladies,
Aaron
roll
Smith.
call.
Whew.
We'll be in the tournament office tomorrow morning at 7:30. We thank everyone for coming out today. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the PWBA Reno Classic.
Oh, the Mr. By Pin certainly is rough, but got to give Shannon a lot of credit.
Absolutely. I think considering the circumstance and missing the practice session, basically attacking this round on the fly, and potentially we don't know how late she got in either. So 8 o'clock your local time, pretty early start time. All things considered, I'm sure plenty of disappointment and plenty of spots where you can say I missed or gave away these pins, but 13th place overall for Shannon O'Keefe. But she will not be moving on to competition tomorrow unless there happens to be, someone drops out for injury. She'd be the first alternate. But from our top 12, Verity Crawley is going to be the one making the first move here on the Player of the Year situation. So she was the only player out of the top 7 to advance. Brianna Cote was 8th. Birgit Norreichs was 9th. Stephanie Zavala 10th. So some players right around kind of that mark. But Verity Crawley has the opportunity now to step up, have a great day, and move into the lead of Player of the Year with just 2 events left to go.
Yeah, I think it's the way you probably draw it up if you're Verity. It's for us, and there was that point as we mentioned to Bree that there was only one player in the top 7 at a particular time. That's still the case, and obviously Bree is going to and has made her presence known already that this thing is not over. But specifically for Verity, one more day or a day closer to kind of putting a complete bow on what has been a career, certainly year on the PWBA tour, continues to push forward. And you can tell in the interview, and we talked to her throughout the season, continues to be grateful for each opportunity to compete on this tour. It's what she does for a living, like obviously other players, but considering her circumstances, what she's been through, does not take anything for granted, does not waste any opportunities. And her bowling certainly displayed that today and dictated that. I think beautifully after the slow start here in round number 2, it could have went the other way quickly, and she went back-to-back 260s and was off and running. So it should certainly be fun to watch. But match play is a different element. We certainly know that. We expect the scores to be, I would say, close. There's going to be some high scores, obviously, as well. Maybe some different strategies tomorrow because it's match play. There's going to be less players on the lane, less bowling balls going down the lane overall. So perhaps some transitions maybe a bit slower than what we've seen in the first couple of rounds, obviously, of qualifying. Zavala, excellent. Cote, excellent. DZ was very good today. Stephanie Johnston, I felt like was just kind of quiet. And all of a sudden, boom, she's in the top 5 and someone who you can never obviously count out. Birgit's season has been great. We watched Kelly also make the climb from early struggles today. Ashley Galante, we talked about her earlier, also bowling through some pain and some varying injuries and whatnot as well. Could this be the week for her? Talked about Sandra Gongora. Got off to a great start this morning. Was able to hang on, as Aaron mentioned. Daria Payok with another big game late in the block to get to a match play appearance. If there's anyone who can start striking, it's certainly her. And Valerie Bercier and Misaki Mukutani. I thought Misaki bowled. Both players bowled exceptionally well. And you can see Misaki just kind of turning it on as this block continued to move forward. Obviously, some spares to kind of clean up. And Valerie was able to hold on. So all in all, I think we've got a very versatile and each player, I think, brings some different things to this top 12. So it should be very fun to watch.
Looking forward to it, folks. 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. local time here in Reno for round robin match play. Kicking things off, of course, we're going to get to our top 4 and then the stepladder finals 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 local time, right here from the National Bowling Stadium on bowltv.com. So we're going to go ahead and sign off. We got to go talk to Stephanie Zavala and get some stuff ready for the end of the day. So you can check it out on pwba.com and social media later. But for right now, we want to, of course, give a big thank you to USBC BPAA and their board of directors. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA Tour. Of course, our PWBA Tour athletes for their continued just performances they put on throughout the course of the year and their continued dedication to their craft. And of course, all you good folks on Bowl TV. We appreciate the company. We love being able to bring the top players of the PWBA Tour to you as well. So with that, Jason Thomas, Curtis Von Kruger, Emil Williams Jr., I'm Aaron Smith. We're signing off from Reno. I'm not sure what it says, but I trust in your sign, Emil. With that, we're signing off from today. Reno Classic in the books. Have a great night, everybody. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here.